Let's do that sound check. Hello everyone, can you hear me? How's the sound? How's everything? Hello. We can hear you. Great, thank you. Benrick. How's everyone doing tonight or today or whatever it is at your place? Yo, hello. So yeah, I got a few updates before we proceed with the rest. It's really going to be buy to play and pay to play. That is correct. You need a subscription to play Mortal Online. The subscription is not activated yet. We will announce when that is planned. So for now, there's no subscription. You can play for free. I'll start doing related to the master drop of players. Player base mortal lose more than 50%. So obviously we have had launch issues. There's no escaping that. I think everyone have seen that chaotic, quite messy release. So we've been working hard on obviously solving the issues and the current bugs to make sure we polish and have a stable game moving forward. And that is also before we obviously start releasing the game on other platforms, starting subscription, anything like that, we need to reach that milestone that we have set up. So starting with the next roadmap after this have been finished, we're gonna make sure we cover a list of issues that affect quite a lot of players to make sure that the gaming experience is as smooth as possible before continuing on specific features and content. And so I've been looking at, you guys wanted to see some Necro sneak peek. I wasn't really up to date to have that in today's stream, and next week I may be away actually, so there may possibly not be a stream next week, but the next week again, that's when I'm planning to do the possible Necromancy sneak peek. It's getting nicely put together, and I can show you some of that sneak peek, and that is also quite, a little bit before it's planned to go live as well. Sleeves79, thank you very much for the subscription. 10 month, holy shit, time flies. Red Romo stream. Yeah, I mean, we can see if we get something going on next week, if I'm not able to do the normal one. So we will look into it. Bounty Hunter system is pretty amazing system, Eric. Love how you all went about it. Yeah, I think it's a cool system. So again, if you remember, we talked about it early on, quite a few months ago. We were hesitating if we could make it work how we intended, and also minimizing abuse or things like that. So, but yeah, we're watching quite a few of you guys running around doing bounties, and it's been working quite all right, as we were hoping to, giving some interesting situations. So with that said, we can also start slowly expanding on the different rewards, fine-tune those, and it will build on from there. And then there's the kind of opposite guild system, which is the assassinations, the assassin guilds. That is a little bit in a similar category, but as you can understand, that is for all players, including evil players specifically. We love the game. Keep working hard. Thank you very much. Will players who report exploits they discover ever be acknowledged or awarded in any way? MXCO. I'm not sure how that could be handled. Obviously, it's very valuable for us, and we highly appreciate any reports or help from you guys in the community. Obviously, it means a lot for us if we get that kind of help. I'm not sure how we could handle, or if it's suitable to do some kind of acknowledge or reward. We can discuss it. Henrik, when you're flying to Mallorca for holidays? I haven't had holidays for I don't know how many years. I lost count of the years actually, other than Christmas Day, pretty much. So it would be nice to have a little soon. We will see. Can you tell Crimson to stop whining and crying? Get really cringy. I can't, but it's up to you guys to discuss it. You know, everyone have their own view and different opinions. Rob will do a dev stream next week. Yeah, we will see what could be done next week, depending on my situation as well. So we will see. Crimson already uninstalled. All right, that solved itself, I guess, for this time. Hopefully, we'll be back. Try things out again. Can I do a lore stream next week instead? So I've been working quite a bit with Mats lately, and we're really trying to cover some big important areas, and time is always a struggle. So I'm quite doubtful next week would be suitable to have that kind of stream. But I did talk to him about having a new kind of stream soon again, and we could kind of deep dive into some specific topic. So my plans and hopes are that we can schedule one of those soon again. Farmer Joe, next week, let's go. We will see. We will see. I'm not sure if he's up to it either with this quick notice. But yeah, I'm hoping to do a team stream with Mats and maybe Farmer Joe soon as well, so we can go into some specific areas. In 100 target distance. So yeah, so that is also something that we are planning to expand. Now that we see that this concept is working, there's some interesting gameplay around it, and people are having fun. There's some fine-tune and improvement we can do in terms of distance and rewards that is also tied to that kind of distance, and also how you can reinitiate the different stages of bounty hunts, etc. So we will see how we could refine some of that. Healers not getting clear experience and alliances are not working at all. And ideas on when this can be fixed. It is on our to-do list, so you will get an update in the upcoming patch. I can't say exactly where it stands right now, but there will be an update on it. Please update us on the missing furniture from houses. So yeah, we gone through this as well. We do have the tools for the GMs to work in regards of this. So it's up to Robmo, Discord, and those guys to kind of try to handle that process and have it communicated within the community. And obviously that also points to one of the big focus we have when it comes to improving some of the issues, and that is one of those areas that we are adding a specific saving requirement, so we shouldn't have to have to do that anymore in the future, and in one of our upcoming patches. Keep returning to your game, and it's unique and fun. I'll be lurking and checking out. Sunbox, that is awesome to hear. Yeah, I really hope that, as I said before, it was a very rough release. We have had some bugs and issues, and I hope that most people, especially since people have bought in the game as well, I hope they are interested in getting back in our progression upcoming patches to see that we are improving in those things that suffered initially in launch, and we're getting to the more juicy content as well. Solo mages. So yeah, obviously we are getting close to the Necro patch. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm hoping I will be able to do a little Necromancy sneak peek. I will bring my Grandmaster Necromancer. So not the next one, but the next one again is my hope, as in the 26th of May. I hope that I could do show you some of the Necromancy stuff. It's really cool. There's some really cool stuff and some effect that is just really epic, highly improved from the first game. And like I said, Necromancy is one of those schools that quite a lot of people have been waiting for. You can run at the same time as you can cast. There are some very highly tactical spells and also helping in solo spells, both healing wise, defensive wise, and damage wise. And of course you have your pets alongside with you as well. So I think that school will make a lot of mages, especially solo mages, quite happy starting with that school. Been edging to Mortal Line 2 for at least 12 hours. Tasty bison, that is cool. Game needs arenas or some world bosses. Needs some hotspot content for PvP, Henrik. The Surge, indeed, and there is coming quite a lot of this. So as I mentioned before, just the Necro patch alone, I'm quite confident that that will bring some insane hotspots, and you will, there's no doubt there will be hotspots, and you will know why when that patch arrives. We're also adding, as I mentioned in my previous stream, we are working heavily on interest points in the world to make exploration much more exciting and rewarding, especially also based on a lot of new player feedback, what their common experience is, and also lacking. So we are working on that as well, and we're starting a pack of that already in this upcoming patch that we're getting closer to now. So you will get a little taste of some of that, and in every patch we will deploy more and more of those interest points as well. So interest point can be anything from kind of like an abandoned or ambushed camp going bad, and you see the signs of that, and there could be things to discover, explore, or everything from hidden things to threats in different ways. One of the best MMOs. Keep it up, Starwatt. Thank you, Olcan. And we will keep it up. We have a very clear path, and soon we're gonna announce more of that also on the market. We have been quite silent on the stock market side of things. We've been very busy on the game development, as you know, as that is what is moving the company forward. So we're getting close to do some interesting updates as well to show what's going on now and what's next and in the future. And I can tell you, it's a lot of exciting things, very exciting things. Maybe a game time, like 1 or 2 days of game time added to their accounts. Yeah, like I said, anything that bought the game can play it for free now until we make the announcement that this is when we start that free game time, and this would be the date when a subscription will be required. So there's still, the possibility to play without any limitations regarding subscriptions. Could emotes be action bar available, please? I fully agree. And yes, we are planning to add the macro function again, which means you can put anything you type as a hotbar, which is very convenient. We had that in the first game as well, which then obviously also include that you can do any of your choice emotes or guard command or trade or anything like that. So yeah, we're getting to it. It takes time off. No wonder you're burnt out. I'm not burnt out yet, at least, and I'm very careful not burning out. Obviously, same goes for the whole team. It's important that we are here, like I said, for the long run and not the short run. We have a lot of things and a lot of exciting things to do in the upcoming months for quite a period of time. So yes, we're making sure we are staying healthy and in a good position. No, not everyone is a fan, but thanks for adding Wandering Guards on the roads of Meduli. Do you have plans to add any other roads and trade routes? So there's a few things to consider here. So we've been working on making sure that there should be some logical safety for new players on those cities that we meant to have security. And obviously, if people are able to build a house too close to Meduli, too close to the graveyard, and shooting from that roof, killing innocents, new players, anyone without any consequences, that is where we see a failure on our side. So we have worked on expanding that build range. Obviously, we don't want to wreck anything that is already built. And we're also working on some of the guard function. We've been tweaking them to be able to use range in the right circumstances to be able to protect the city. Yeah, in some cases also regarding specifically major cities, etc., it's meant to have, quite similar to as we had in the first game, different types of security areas where guards may be patrolling and giving some kind of protection to those nearby. And then obviously in the cities, specific capitals have high security, where you will also be able to see lictors. So there's different types of ranges of security, and then until it's kind of unlawful, including death in that area without being reportable. Lowering the bounty distance. Yeah, like I mentioned before, we have gathered a lot of that feedback. And we are looking to add a logical reward for that kind of distance, and also looking into a possibility to have some option there, so you have a little bit more playroom rather than you're set with that distance and that's it, Sorry. Kind of stress me to hear Thunderbird email sounds in every stream. Shit, do you hear them? I'm so used to them that I don't even think about that you're picking them up as well. I'm getting many emails daily. I will see if I can disable that for you guys. Sorry. Do you think when other skills and features are added that we'll get additional skill points to use, or will things like swimming or sprinting be changed to secondary? Just wondering. So we are not there yet when it comes to you have all the possible options for your character builds. We have 2 steps left. One of that step is being taken in this next patch that we're getting very close to deliver. And that is the trinkets. One of the small topic in today's stream that we can go through a little bit. I think it's a really awesome system. It brings tons of value and excitement and a big option to continue mold your character build. So that is exactly that one. So you will see when we have that little discussion about trinkets. The second part is the veteran system, and that is coming later as well. So not until those are in place you will see the full options for how you can build your character. Are you aware of additional crashes of Unreal Engine 4 since the last patch? Do you mean client crashes in Unreal Engine? If so, yes, I'm pretty sure we have some of those client crashes. I'm not sure exactly of the stage right now and if the team have gone through them and fixed them, but I think there were a specific one. Long can wait for TCL of Houses Keeps. We need something to do. Destroying its good move. So yeah, we are working on TC and we are also designing the details of the siege system, which is being changed from the first game. We want to make sure it follows more logic, as good balance as possible, and bring some exciting features to that kind of gameplay. And we're looking to see if we are able to do large-scale tests in a public server when it comes to refining those systems, as they are very highly sensitive balance-wise, as you can understand. So with that said, as you can understand, we can't just rush it out because it could be bad, obviously. Losing TC cities, etc., if it's not fully functional and stable and as balanced as possible. I don't think Seb should stream. All right. I want to fix the game status every 15 seconds. It's not that simple because everyone is not suffering from a stutter every 15 seconds. I don't, so I'm not exactly sure what this is, what you're talking about. There's different things, right, to consider. So we have level streams. When you go from one area to another, that's when you get a small stutter or a small freeze, depending on how quick your hardware is. Those will never be fixed until we pretty much move over to Unreal 5. And yeah, if you just stand still, doing nothing, and get a stutter, then it's most likely something going on the client build of that, which I can't answer for at this point. Let's see some of the same questions here. I'm gonna jump down. I'm falling behind again, I see. Sorry about that. I got a 2100 box computer the other day just to run Mortal 2s to the max and stream it and promote it. Love the game, excited to be a content creator and for the future of the game. Mortal experience, awesome to hear that, and that sounds as a killer computer. Please address lost House of Furniture due to patch, please. Yes, as I mentioned, the GM teams and Robmo is covering that, so as long as you've reported this to support or any of the GMs, they will go through it and handle it as good as possible, while the developers are working on securing that step from not happening again. What a partner on a bounty hunter system. Yeah, we were discussing that as well. It opens up for quite a few different additional options in the bounty system, right? So, but we wanted to make sure that the core works and the intended design works and it makes sense and it gives some interesting and fun gaming experience. Because as we mentioned before, we had some hesitation if it could work, but it looks to be working and people are having quite a blast every now and then when it gives some interesting opportunities. And I think it's really awesome to see those birds being sent left and right. We're also working on some things there to refine further, like there's opportunity for you if you're hunted and a bird actually spots you. You will hear a very subtle bird sound that could give you a clue that, okay, someone may be at my tail. And that is a very cool thing as well. So you have to point your ears if you want to be ready. That's all exciting to hear. Please don't worry about the negative comments. Your vision is unique and engaging in new way. Thank you, Songbox. And yeah, you know, this kind of game comes with everything, right? There will be people happy, excited, upset, and just trying to make it very clear that they don't like any of this. It's just the nature of human and this type of games. So we will continue for sure. We have a very set goal, vision in mind on this. And, you know, there's no doubt that we all see something really exciting, unique, Immortal Line. And it has the no limit in terms of, what's it called? Shit, I dropped the word. But yeah, you know, just over time, we have no doubt that this game will just get better and better, be more and more excited. We see many other games in a similar category that are growing over time, and in certain patches, features being delivered, that's when things can also kick off in a whole new level. And Mortal Line, which is a true sandbox game, is very much in that category. And like we said since day one, we plan to kind of start slowly, a little bit in the shadows, and then rank it up more and more to be able to compete with everything and all the resources. But yeah, we got a mix of that, a little bit chaos, and doing our best now. Will there be a Necro war build like a Death Knight? That's up to you. Major quite enough good. I mean, like I said, it's interesting. It's always a debate regarding the magic, right? Immortal. But and we can also understand why someone is lacking something, and that is because we're lacking a lot of schools. And I think that picture will change heavily, starting with the Necro patch. And then we have additional schools, obviously, in the upcoming patches as well. But Necro will be offering a lot of those things that we're missing today as a mage. So I think that would be a huge game change for especially mages. And also different types of tactical group fights, which is going to be awesome to see. Will Necro hybrids be good or just pure mages? Again, there's no saying in what will be what at this point. And also since, you know, when we design things and have things in mind and balance them, that is one thing, right? And then when players are playing around with that, and then slowly over time, people may be finding new ways of using some of the mechanics in clever ways and, you know, rewarding ways. So it's all up to the players to find out what kind of Necro builds may be suitable for different types of styles. Oh my god, another one. Traitin 2, thank you very much for the subscription. 6 months. Powers confirmed for next patch. Yes. Finally, we got that juicy, very solid feature for players to place buy orders. New players or anyone that doesn't know what to do can always work and fulfill those buy orders, which is a very powerful tool in the game. It gave a lot of trade and work for players. So yeah, that is a very good one. Long-awaited feature. Can you donate some of that amazing beard to my facial hair fund? I'm almost 40. I can't grow a full goatee. Yeah, I was blessed with the beard. Nothing more to do than that. Genes, I guess. A small corpse on the ground, point of interest. You will see a lot. From small to big things to incorporated things in lore and history of the game world. And you know, obviously different types of rewards, hidden and openly. Please rework Ecumenical, love the game. Just wish Ecumenical was closer to US Maybe that we both love. I mean, Ecumenical is actually very close to UO. Very, very. Even down to the spell effects and functions. And the mechanic and rules is actually exactly the same as well. So I'm happy with how Ecumenical is supposed to run and the rules behind it. And yeah, if you coming from UO, you instantly know exactly how it works. There's pretty much no difference in those spells that are pretty much the same, and the rules. So, like I said, there will be 12 schools that have completely different rules. If you don't like one school, there's a high chance you like another school. Will there be another similar release timeline after Necropatch? So in the upcoming roadmap, there's a few things we're changing in our development pipeline to refine things further and make sure that we are in better control, better stability, and address what is affecting players in a negative way. I think that is, we all think that is very important to have full under control. So in the next roadmap, you will see we're focusing, we're slowing down a few things and focusing on, like I mentioned, first main focus on some of the issues that we have now. That is everything from house issues to skills to pets. We want to make sure we cover that and have that full under control. And then the next one will be a little bit more focused on, again, content and features. And then we will follow up on polish and control and repeat. So that is a fine tune we're doing in the upcoming roadmap. So yeah, it's always been a struggle and a puzzle to build these roadmaps with all the developers and all the requirements and what is needed to take the next and so on. So, but this first one have been very insightful for us, and we have some very specific improvement and some tweaks in that pipeline for the next roadmap. Hope you can profitable with 300 subscribers. No, and we won't have that few, luckily. Would be cool to hear more about the arena. Yeah, I guess that could be a topic in one of the streams. We have briefly discussed it, some of the things that we're planning to have use for in arena in previous streams as well. Do you recommend purchase of your own shares? I do. And I will be buying shares as well over time to show that I mean serious business with the vision and goals that we set up to do. It's a good opportunity. Things like being slow and standing still, the share being going down. So it's a very good opportunity in my view, because yeah, you know, we have a very exciting roadmap ahead, and not only a roadmap, there are additional big events and happenings that will be exciting for everyone involved in Star Vault and in the gaming community. Just got my 1,000 hours of playtime. Where is my personal congrats, Henrik Noznam? Congratulations. 1,000 hours is pretty good. Pretty good. You're getting up there next to the big gamers. Will solo mage be able to access the necromancer skills abilities, or will you need a massive amount of support to get books, etc. needed first, like a guild? So both yes and no. And what I mean with that is that we have a whole new way of obtaining knowledge this time for necromancy. And it's everything from being clever to figure things out to having some raw power and strength and force with a few or numbers. And then there are also a few options to all these ways. So over time, when that kind of pans out, and if people are sharing that kind of knowledge, then you will see that there's a few options to progress as a necromancer. So the week or so back that you're working on something huge, what was that? So we will announce those steps over time. Nothing I can just mention in this stream. It's also heavily affecting, so it's something that needs to go publicly announced. Please fix game breaking bugs before subs. Yes, that is the goal. We'd like to do a free weekend on Steam to catch new players. What do I mean? If I choose Steam, a free Steam. We will see down the road. So we have a few steps in regarding of reaching out more and more to players, both in marketing ways, influencers ways, promotion ways, content creator ways, and we're also looking to get closer to a possible free test access on Haven that is restricted on Haven as well. So we have a few options line up over time that should also help making awareness of the game. Powers and massively broke quality of life fixes when? Next patch. This patch, I mean. It was our peak, 1,300 players. Good luck with subs. So there's this big misunderstanding on what subs means and players being active. And I see it every time there's a discussion on it. If you see 1,300 players online, that doesn't mean that those are players. We have one world server, which means when you're sleeping, someone else may be up and playing the game. And that goes a full cycle worldwide. So that means we have many more players that are active in these cycles on over a given day or week. And that is the more indication of who is an active player in Mortal Online. So I often see that people are looking at those numbers online and think that that would be the subs. And that is very, very wrong. You can't calculate it at that at all. So it's all about the active players over a period of time, not how many is online at a given day at that moment. And those numbers are obviously the interesting one, those that are active players, and obviously if they're going to be subscribing when it's time over time. And that's always been our goal, to focus on having a active player base and build that player base growing over time with proper features and content that players want to have in this sandbox MMORPG. I realized you made a game that the journey was hung for over 2 decades. Thank you. Over time, people will figure out how and why this game is sorely needed. Yeah, I mean, we saw a very strong indication of this starting from the stress tests, when fresh people coming in never heard about it and got super excited and thought this was a fresh breath of air. recognizing some components from other popular survival games and other types of games that have a lot of the similar hardcore rules and features, and then combine that to a whole persistent MMORPG through sandbox. Yeah, it was very clear that there's a growing interest and market for this, and we just need to fulfill those steps, reaching those goals, and reach out to as many as possible to try out the game to see if this is something they would be interested in. And yeah, we have no doubt that there's a growing and huge player base for this type of game. And we don't, this is not trying to compete with World of Warcraft or such, since it's such a different type of genre. But we also saw a lot of WoW players coming in and just being wowed by the freedom and excitement that can't be offered the same way in a game like World of Warcraft or a more theme park type of MMO. Can get a hotkey for turn off criminal actions. Yes, that is one of those quality of life things that we want to offer for sure. I can't say exactly when. Can't wait to get my plus raw dex rings. Indeed. Shall we take a little look on some of our trinkets starting from this very next patch? I think it's a very cool system, and it was just a success in the first game. $1,500 points of interest locations when. So we're already starting with a bunch in this patch coming. And then in every upcoming patch, there will be a pack of interest points until we have reached close to that number. I don't know exactly how many patches that will be. So we will see. And you will get the first one now, and then you will get more in the upcoming ones now when everything is starting to get in place in how that system and procedure is put to place by the developers. Asterisk for password, please. Yes. There is actually a support for that in the engine, and Sebastian spent a few minutes to utilize that system, but no, didn't work with the server side option. So it requires a little bit more time. But yeah, there was a small chance we actually got that one coming in this patch as well as a little nice bonus. But no, sadly we need to spend a little more time to make it happen. But for sure, that is a highly wanted feature. So we will get it. Trading with the subscription. Am I super far back? Let me see. Holy shit! I'm way too slow, guys. Sorry. I'm jumping down. So sorry if I'm missing any juicy questions here. Yeah, I'm way slow. Okay, so I wanted to just explain a little bit how our upcoming trinkets will work for Any of you that are new, and also those coming from more than one, recognize most of it, but there are some important changes and tweaks to the system to further refine the trinket system. And there's something for everyone when it comes to the trinkets, because again, you get a additional tool to refine your character build in a unique way. I think Snaker still coming this month, and you decide to on the next Magic School. So Necro is coming in the end of this month patch, yes, as the roadmap say. I'm hoping I will be able to do a sneak peek, as in streaming on a test server, playing as a Necromancer, not the next week, but the next again. So that will be a little bit before it actually goes live. That is my hope and plan right now. Should call out with Romo on these streams and have them help with questions? Yeah, for sure. We have briefly been discussing that we want to improve on these things, so for sure. And how the trinket will work? They won't work. I think you're wrong. We're actually using the core of it from the first game, which was very robust and quite easy to move over a lot of that into Mortal Online 2 without too much work. So I have high hopes that you will see that is a solid system. But yeah, we will obviously do what we can now in the test and follow up as soon as we can if there's anything that is not working as intended. Will players ever get an option to produce their own campfires? Yes. So there's one small little feature that will have quite a lot of use, which is a combine function. With combine, you will be able to put together some different pieces, and in this case, you'll be able to put together a campfire. So yes, combine have quite a lot of different impact in game. So that will come soon as well. Thoughts on doing Twitch drop as form of advertising later on? Yes, we have a nice group of content creators in Mortal Online already. A lot of active streamers, and as I said since day one, we want to reward them and give them our support in supporting us by playing the game, showing the game off to players, and making awareness. So yes, we are actually working on 2 types of drops that is suitable for Mortal Online that we're going to offer to our content creators. And that is 2 different things where it works for us is obviously we can give out codes, game time codes. So whenever the game is live, that could be a code that anyone can add to their account and get game time. The other one is some specific capes that can also be dropped as such. So those 2 are quite suitable for a game like Mortal Online. So that is what we're planning to offer support for. No Twitch purple capes, please. No. Everything you see in Mortal Online will be in-game incorporated and make sure it fits in-game. Pirate Cool Live. Hey, great stream. Sweet Ann. Catching the Swedish race. Will you be able to start a giveaway soon, please? I have to go up early tomorrow and can't stay up late. We'll hate to miss it. Thank you. Yeah, we could start the giveaway in just a moment. We need fur capes. Indeed. Twitch drops confirm a little too late, buddy. Crank on. When we release the game on multiple platforms and start marketing and start with the influencers, then obviously that's when it starts. So it's not too late if we haven't started yet, right? The logic. But a sneak peek. Stop carrying random stuff. All right, I'm getting stuck in the questions. All right, so let's do it like this then. I'm gonna show. Oh, you see salt in my hair for volume. Thanks for the tip, Henrik. You're welcome. It does a difference, right? It gets fluffy without any efforts. Okay, so let me start the wait one moment. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the giveaway now then, so people can sign up. Explanation mark MO2, correct, and it's online now. So anyone want to participate, type it now, and you will be in the drop. And while you type that, I'm gonna show you. So trinkets going in this next patch, and that starts with rings and amulets, and they are the general type, which was the only type we had in the first game. This time we're expanding on that as well, not in this first patch, but over time, because it's just endless amount of content. But now when the system is there, we can every now and then add additional parts to this, which is quite cool. So you will have rings and amulets starting with in this next patch. And let me find that picture so I can where do I have it? All right, here. So this is a cool dynamic system where you will be able to find a type of ring and a type of amulet, and then there are different types of gems that are available on top of these. So as you can see on the bottom row, you can mix match all these ones. We hated Trinkets MO1. No, you're completely wrong, Kelly. It was one of the highest success in terms of content and tradability and never-ending farming and tweaks to the characters. And now we're refining that to be even better. So you're very wrong, I have to say that. But again, if you hate it, don't bother, right? So the combination here already gets quickly in different types. As you can see, these gems can be applied on the different types of rings. And the type of ring, as you can see here, you can guess perhaps the materials, starting with cuprum, which is a quite basic ring type. Then we have a silver ring, and then we have a gold ring, and then can you guess the two to the right of those guys? Scatite, indeed. And ogmium, correct. Your eyes is spot on. So it's actually scatite and ogmium. And then we have, in this case, 5 gems with some specific powers. Question is if you can guess what those are, guys. That is a little bit more hardcore. Travis. One gem gives you buy orders in game. You will have buy orders in the game in this upcoming patch. Red, purple, blue, really red and white. Okay, so just to give a little some base information about how this trinket works. So you could kind of see the ring type as a tier. So in this case, 5 tiers from copper up to ogmium. And then you have a gem effect that can be added on these in different drops that adds additional effects to the ring. They didn't do that in the first game, but now they actually are adding an effect that your ring can obtain. Like this. So so in this case, you're getting one effect per ring tier type, and then additional effect from the gem as well. We'll be able to see trinkets as items on a character model. No. So this is the plain rings, the plain amulets that is, they're not specific to any clade or nation or anything like that. So what we're adding next, now when we have the system that is finished, it supports a wide scale of different types of trinkets. So for instance, you may be able to find a hairpin from the chorites that you will put in the amulet slots, which means that is more specific coming from the chorite race, which means they could be heavily focused on specific skills and attributes that are more dependent for that within that race. Same goes for all type of clades that will come over time as well. And there will also be different types of ring. So this is like a plain ring, and then we have snake rings, bone rings, and other types of ring families that also getting into the game. So the combination will be insane over time, what kind of trinket setup you may be able to find. And then there's a few components to this. So again, if you when you find a ring in the world, it could be anywhere, it is unidentified if it have magical powers, such as one of these. Then you can't just wear the ring. You can only have it in your inventory or in a bag, which means if you die, it is lootable. So you kind of have to consider risk. Do you want to continue out in the world with these unidentified rings, or do you want to visit, what is it, his name again, Kane, to identify the ring for you? So you need to visit one of the cities to identify the ring or the trinket, and that's when you get to see what kind of powers this ring gives your character. And then there's another very rare item that were used to be called a chaotic meld that you can use on your trinket. So if you're not going to meet Kane specifically, Temujin. It was just so if you happen to find a very rare combination of a high tier and a high tier gem, but it happens to have the wrong combination of wrong highest stat bonus for your build. If you happens to find chaotic meld, it may change the name of that this time. You will be able to re-roll those effects. So you can hopefully get a better roll of stats for your need. So that is kind of the basics of how the trinkets work. They have different combinations, they have different types of rarities. So it's more rare to find. So the highest gem is an adamant, as you can see here to the far right. That is a very rare component to be found on a trinket. But if you do, then you've been darn lucky. And it can bring you a lot of cool effects. An effect is a list that is ever growing as well. So that is also making it very interesting. Over time, you will see new types of effects that you didn't have a clue were available. So it's a very cool, ever-growing system and a never-ending, interesting option for your character builds. Does the low ring have less charges than the high one? No, so all have 3 charges, which means you can if you wear the ring, you can wear it when you've identified it, and if you die when you have it on your finger, you will not lose it, but you will lose a charge. When 3 charges have been depleted, you will be able to refill those charges again at a cost, and that cost is dependent on the rarity tier type of your ring. They can't be crafted yet, but we are planning to add jewelry crafting, which means you will be able to tap into some of these fields to build different types of trinkets with magical powers. Do you have to drop ring gems separately? What do you mean, do you have to drop them separately? Do we go for refills? There will be an NPC that will help you with that refill. Later on, when we're getting combine function again, you may be able to do that on your own. You combine that melt with the ring to refill the charges. But for now, you go to our NPC service. Can you obtain them from dungeons? Yes, so this is the thing. You can obtain any of these trinkets anywhere in the world. Even on a bandit or walker, you could find something very rare. Because again, where it makes sense, like, you know, as I said before, when the ring from Lord of the Ring went into the water and then the hobbits found it, you know, just casually random, happenly to get their hands of one of those most powerful ring in the world at that time. That is something that's interesting and cool, and that could happen. So if you're a noob grinding bandits or walkers, you could actually be extremely lucky and find something very, very valuable. So if you do find a magical ring, you do better in making sure you run identifying it and not standing still too much and risk losing it, because as I said, you can loot it when it's not identified. Swimming confirmed to find the ring of the power. Why are keys not dropping anymore, or almost too rare to almost 0 drop chance anything soon? So some of these keys to chest are supposed to be more rare, so the chest actually have the time to build up as well, rather than they're always opened and emptied. And whenever you get one and getting excited and opens it, there's nothing in it. So that was a tweak. But there are some specific cases where there's a boss, and if that is a key to a certain chest, then you will find that key at all time. So there are different types of drops. The drop in Haven, so we can stay there for 10 days and leave with full jewelry set. No, so obviously on Haven, you may be able to find a tier 1, the lowest one, just to get a taste of what this system could be. Well, no, the majority of this is only to be found in Midland. So yeah, no, there won't be such things with great value on Haven. That's not the purpose of Haven either, as you know. Will players who are kill on sight in towns have a way to identify trinkets? No, so you can't see if someone is wearing trinkets, and you can only loot someone's trinkets if they had them in their inventory. Trinkets in fish after butchering them. Yes. Rings will now be incorporated in fishing. So, additional excitement for every fisherman out there. You will now be able to find new types of things when you catch them. I think it means for red players to identify them. So, yeah, so we're looking to have that service in any city, including red cities. I think, if I'm not mistaken. I have to check our documents. Because like I mentioned, there will be these melts later on that you can combine and use them yourself. But they need to be bought, because that is the money sink and also some kind of balance in terms of trinkets when you recharge them. Don't give away the secrets. It's too tempted, AB4. It's too tempted. But there will be something in fishing. You will see. If you are a fisherman, there's no doubt you will kind of start see over time what will be included for fishing as well. What is the logic that I cannot put on an unidentified ring? Because it hasn't rolled its power yet. You don't know the powers of the ring. You need to know the power of the ring to be able to utilize it. Can we use trinkets as bait? I'm not sure. Maybe. I don't know even one power a ring can have. Can you tell us? Yeah. So rings have a main effect that is stats as the first power. K-Dow, thank you very much for the subscription. So finding a ring will give you stat bonuses in general as the first primary effect bonus. So that is their base. Then they have secondary powers and effects that is all kind of different effects and powers. And the amulets have skills as their main source of power, as their primary. So you can get stat bonus and skill bonuses from rings and amulets alone. And then both of them have secondary powers that is all kind of effects, all kind of crazy stuff that will expand over time. Everything from different types of damage bonuses to defense bonuses to magic effects, powers, defense, offense, to different types of changes to your character in a very cool way. So there will be a lot of interesting effects to explore over time for sure. Does ring have to be worn on our hands, or can we be creative? No, so you have 3 slots. One at your head, neck, and one at your hands. So we're starting with this pack, like I mentioned, rings and amulets, but there will be more over time. For instance, bracelets, but those will be the same slot as your rings. You can't use 2 rings and 2 bracelets, for instance. You choose either the bracelet from the Ogmirs or whatever clade they come from, or whatever it is, or the rings or anything else that goes in that slot. Same thing goes for the amulets. The hairpin from the Korites, for instance, is the same slot as the amulet. So there will be many different types with many different rules and effects over time. There will be a ring of invisibility. I cannot answer that one. Players ever see that you are drenched in blood or trinkets and enough talking around the bush? You won't be able to see the ring on them, and also because 9 out of 10 times you have gloves on your hand, so we haven't made those visible, and it's also a cost on rendering your character, and also since it's going to be so many different types of trinkets, not only rings and amulets as I mentioned, but pins, totems, bracelets, whatever it may be, and they fit around those areas. So we go by millions of combinations rather than trying to show all of them at this point in time, at least. Performance, as you know, is important to support large-scale players on your screen without killing performance. Explanation mark MO2 is active for anyone want to participate in the Mortal 9 2 copy giveaway. Ring that lets you jump way higher? Yes, but not way higher. So there are different types of effects that can slightly bump or tweak some of all those types of rules and abilities. And the rest is up to you. When you discover the rings and trinkets, it's up to you to share those and obviously learn what kind of effects there are. So, and that is the beauty of it as well. There will be a lot over time. That list is growing, and Mats is going crazy and creative at that list, and it's just awesome because again he come up with very cool effects that is very exciting to play around with. So you can expect to see a lot secondary effects, that is all kind of stuff. But you can always rely on the base effect from at least these trinkets, which is stats for rings mainly, skills from amulets mainly. And then other types of trinkets may have other types of main base effects. Getting some serious Ultimate Line vibes from these jewels. Indeed. Please drastically increase the effect of Psyche in reducing magic damage and remove resist system. So as you can see, you're already getting more options here along. So there needs to be room for resistance for all the schools. And you're getting some of those parts now, finally. So we don't intend to remove that. That's the whole plan from the beginning, to support and expand on. No, you can't see the trinkets physically on your character. And that is due to the complexity of all those visible items over time, and also a cost on your character. So we decided not to show these small details because the cost may not be worth it, and also it's a lot of work. And like I said, many times you're actually not able to see it. If you have a glove on, for instance, you won't be able to see the ring. So it wasn't really worth it at this point in time. Juicy, we will get skin rings. The list of what types is endless, pretty much. Again, Mats is killing it in this category and adding a lot of cool stuff. So it will grow over time. Will it ever be visible, let's say a year from now? I'm not sure. Like I said, there is some specific things that we really need to consider carefully if it's worth it, both content-wise to produce all these different types, because like I said, there's going to be a lot and many different combinations. We're talking thousands of unique items being rendered on your character. And as you can understand, that is quite sick. That is a big number. And then, like I said, there's all these cases. Some of them may be visible, some is under your gloves or whatever it may be. So I'm highly unsure that it will be of our focus for a long time. Obviously, it depends a lot on the technology as well. What kind of options may Unreal 5 give us to merge them in a clever way without adding additional draw calls, additional cost in different ways. We're hoping we're getting nanites on skeleton meshes. A lot of different tech way options as well may open that door in the future. So, I'm never going to say never, but at this point, at least, we're not going there. Is there a way to have small shields have higher on your screen when held? No, but you're getting different types of shields now. Not this patch, but the next one, we're planning to deploy the tower shields. And they have quite a variation on up to your face and downwards. So you can find your sweet spots, hopefully, when it comes to that. We get an updated roadmap? Not yet. We need to deliver this one first and carefully plan the details of the next one. Bruce Lee Rob, welcome. This stream always motivates me to play horror. Let's go. Happy to hear it, and always awesome to see you guys play when you stream. Can I reduce the movement speed and balance drastically when they are one hit? Yeah, that is one thing we plan to add. So when they are close to death, they're meant to be a little bit slower. We just haven't got to that part yet. But yeah, eventually. Jeez. Will there be particular places on the map that are hotspots for trinket hunting? Or is it simply a global drop chance? So you will see where there may be higher chances for certain types in some areas and places where it makes a little bit sense. So yeah, there will be hotspots if you're looking for something specific, and including high powerful rare ones. There may be high chances for some. But like I said, you can go to one of these 1,500 interest points and find a trinket. Sorry. If you're lucky. And it could be anything from a low tier to a high tier. So it's going to give more joy in exploring, opening all those urns, boxes, chests, finding hidden things, corpses, all kind of stuff in the world may obtain something of these valuable trinkets. Cheap Panimal with the raid, thank you and welcome. Overhead chat bubble VoIP is awesome, but overhead helps a lot. So we intend to have VoIP in, right? So when you do talk, use VoIP, you're gonna move your mouth, and it would be easier to identify who's talking when there's some kind of movement on the head as well. So yeah, that will help in that. Requests might be obtained through Spiritism like more than one. There are some slight changes here, maybe in some of the names and also where you obtain them. And this comes straight from Mats to, again, try to make sure things are as aligned as possible within the lore and in the game world. So there are some changes to some parts, and you will see very soon. Okay, a final reminder that we are running a drop explanation mark MO2 to participate, and then in just a few minutes I'm gonna pull it. Can you stop promising things? I'm merely explaining what we're doing and what people can expect and what they may not expect. I'm not promising when. I'm trying to explain in some cases, just like I said with displaying trinkets, I said no, but there's a small maybe in the future depending on Unreal 5, for instance. I think that's all right, right? Answering questions in the Q&A. About sounds for bow shots. It is surprisingly difficult to know you are being shot with arrows. There is this little thump sound when an arrow hit nearby, but indeed, when it just fly past from far distance, it can be quite tricky to hear it. So I agree, there are room for improvement in the sound to make it hear that weaning sound when the arrow is flying near you, perhaps. I agree. Can some sort of VoIP indication be added to show people who have VoIP on off? A person dislike VoIP in MMOs? Yes, we actually do. If we look at the character, there's this speaker symbol. If it's there, they have VoIP on. If it's not there, they don't have it on. And if it's glowing, they're actually speaking. If it's gray, they're not speaking. So you already have that. Where are the green gem rings amulets? Good question. There will be many more over time. So
Oh my god.
yeah, this is the base pack, and the combination out of these already is insane. But like I said, there will be more types of family types and ring types, clay types. Necrodemo is planned for not next week, but next again. If things goes as planned, I wanna jump on my Necromancer on test server, stream it live for you guys to get a little taste of what to expect from Necromancy School. Devil's Reflex, thank you very much for the subscription. Can you tell us when you're going to fix broken stuff that's been brought out in patches and content patches? Yeah, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, starting from the next roadmap will be heavily focused on any issue or critical issue that affect a lot of players. So we are spending every second patch focusing more heavily on polishing and refining things. And then every second will be a little bit more focused on, again, content and features. Right, shall we pull the MO copy before it gets too late for people tune in since it starts? Yes, invisible weapons is one of those on our list to fix. All right. Let's pull it. It's time. Oh my god. Another one. Falcon 73. Oh, it was a Strike my gift. Thank you very much for the gift. Do I intend to have a public known issues list? Yes. So we had a few known issues still. But yeah, I think it could make sense to make it more clear. For sure. Dawn on my luck with the bits. Can I get a gold tooth trinket? Possible. You know, the list is endless there. And obviously, inspired from every single clade will happen over time as well. So now when a system is in place, with the refinement we have done, it's quite easy to just add additional effects, additional art types of trinkets, because they all go in the same system. So that's the beautiful part of it. So, and since it was extremely popular in the first game, we're taking time just to refine it now, and then we can just add more and more types over time. And obviously, we also spent great care in making sure that the balance factor on cost is within a cap at all time, so it doesn't go out of control or crazy over time. But you always have to kind of choose to pick some size of it. And plan to make next gun of death to give some sort of bonus to Necromancy. We will see. We had a discussion about that, and there could be room for a small bonus. All right, let's pull the giveaway, guys. I think it's time. Wooden set rings were extremely popular in the first game. A good amount of players hated them. Yeah. There's always someone hating any feature in our game. That is no doubt. But when we look at the numbers and the action around it and the trade around it, it was one of the most popular thing in the game when it comes to that part. But like I said, there will never be something that everyone agrees to and think are the best. But then, when we saw the stats behind it, there was a huge popularity and a lot of fun gameplay, trades, and value in it, and brought out people more to hunt things, more hotspots, and you all know what hotspots means, right? I hate most features. And when you look at the player charts, I think most people agree with me. All right, you hate most features. I guess this game is not fun for you, right? Because if you hate most of the features, I doubt the game is fun, right? It's not that critical that it's required for a certain build. It helps you to do exactly what every single player asks for. Give us more skill points and stats, etc., so we can do more things on our character. And you can, as a noob, find one of those. It's not tied behind impossible tasks, and that's the good part of it. And if you hate it and you don't want to look for them, go to the broker, and it's done in 1 minute after a certain time. So there's no way you hate the trinkets and quit the game because you're forced to have it or you think you need it to build your character. That is wrong. There's so many options. You can randomly find them casually without any major efforts, or you can buy them, and that's it. Or you can ignore them. If you're good at PvP, they won't really change that outcome. Hello, Nurse Half-Life. There'll be more added new player experience, some kind of storyline that splits off depending on what type of player they want to be. So there will be more lore and some kind of storytelling, not in a traditional way as in a theme park linear way. Dirty Mac, thank you for the subscription. But we have a lot of lore behind the game. We have some of it on the website, and obviously we want to take the step to add a lot more in the game world as well. There's been a huge audience asking for that for quite a time, and we have been quite behind in that. So yes, we intend to do that and incorporate a lot of cool things and also mysteries so you can solve some things, including with that. Sir Hob, thank you for the subscription. Wow, 9 months have flown by. Here's another 9. Thank you very much. That is awesome. And yes, we are also very close looking at new players and new experience in the game to see where do they struggle or where do they disconnect from the game, where they feel that they're not sure what they should do or such. It was a common factor in a game like this where you're totally free without a question mark over the head. A lot of people feel lost, especially coming from theme parks today. And that is something we are always trying to improve on, to make sure that a new player that are lost, they don't really know the depth or what they want to do. It's important to point them to direction and give them some options so they get more into the game, and then slowly over time they will find their area that they are interested in. So that is one of the big focus we're doing actually with the interest points, because that's where we saw a lot of people, especially new players, going out in the world, getting lost, not discovering too much, and not knowing there's anything to do in the game. So that is also partially why we're working hard on interest points in the world and rewards for players. It causes different types of hotspots, a lot of people moving around out in the world, and you can be rewarded for finding and discovering things. Okay, here goes the giveaway, guys. Where do we have it? All right, good luck, everyone. Jesus, a lot of more people signing in. Okay. Here we go. Good luck, guys. Good luck. And the winner is Outlaw Labs. Congratulations. Outlaw Labs. Congratulations. You won yourself a Mortal Online 2 copy. Chanel, thank you very much for the subscription. 4 months. So, Outlaw Labs, are you here? I need a PM from you so I can send over the key. Good day, Henrik. How are your migraines? Can you look to improve mining, especially powers or vision? My migraine is actually better. I'm on a stronger dose. Reduces my pulse a little bit. And I don't want to jinx it, but I haven't had a severe blindness migraine since I think 4 or 5 weeks. Knocking woods. So yeah, things are progressing. Outlaw Labs, are you here? Can you send me a private message on here on Twitch? And yeah, we will be looking at the mining effects. Why is Mortal on sale? Something happened? No, so there's recommendation standards that pretty much everyone is following on Steam, and we are trying to follow that standard. So every now and then there may be discounts in different ways. They have different types of programs, and whenever that happens, it also reaches out to wishlist customers, etc. So it usually helps with sales and awareness in different ways. Allo Labs, are you in here? Are you active? I need to have a response to be able to give it out. It doesn't seem like he's here. Or he just wrote, right? Auto Labs. There are. So, all right, Auto Labs. I'm sending a whisper, Atlas. Can you see there's a chat icon up in the corner or something where my message should be? Yeah, I got you. Just need to. All right, you got it. Great. 1 second and I will give you the key. Yeah, congratulations again for the key. And my usual question, are you new to the game or a veteran, or what are you? Outlaw Labs. Play since release. Also played the first 3 months of Modern 1. Ah, okay, cool. So you know your way around. And plans to add buff to fantasy spellbooks. So initially, since Mortal 1, we were looking to add certain inspired spellbooks for each school that could either have a small bonus towards that school or just be a rare epic spell type. We will see if it makes sense and fits to have some kind of bonus. We don't want it to be a gameplay component that changes the balance or make you a weaker mage if we don't find that one, because it's meant to have some of them very rare, and we don't want that to be the requirement for you to participate efficiently, if you know what I mean. So balance and PvP player skills is always a top concern or top priority in terms of not making sure that you heavily depend on finding rare loots to be competitive. That's not intended, at least. Talk about ranked arena. How many people are interested in the arena systems in here? Me. Quite a few ones I see. I assume most PvPers that are into dueling and progressing in that field have some kind of interest in arena, right? So yeah, we talked a little bit about arena before. So what we want to do this time is incorporate the arena in Tindrem, kind of like in what you would expect from the movie Gladiators. The Emperor is there. They built this arena to entertain and also to show who is the best gladiators. You can see the gladiator houses in the arena district around the arena, where the citizens in the cities training their gladiators from the different houses. And there are different types of signups you can do for the arena. Everything from 1 versus 1 to team versus team to team versus mobs. And there will be a ranking system that keeps tracks of your deeds. And there will be a ladder system that also shows where you are on this ladder. And obviously, when there are meant to be when there's meant to be some certain moment where you can participate and fight for something specific. Like the Emperor is going to the arena to host an event. He want to be there. He want to see something spectacular, and that may happen once a week or so. And that's when you can be there and sign up for that event, like a tourney. And if you're the winner of that, make the Emperor pleased, you may get a title and a reward. And there could also be one of those that are temporarily given to the monthly or weekly champion. So, and yeah, that will be include specific rules to make sure that everyone is using fighting by those rules. So for instance, there will be you enter naked pretty much, and you participate using those options that are set there for you. So there will be a robust system behind it where you can fight for glory, titles, and even rewards. And obviously the background is always that you can see where you are on this ladder. If you're the best PvP or you won most fights. And we're looking at a system where there's points scored. So if you're a pro and you're fighting a complete new player into the arena, that win will give you less rather than fighting or winning against someone that is high up on the ranking list. Kind of like a StarCraft ladder system. You kind of see the point. And this is a system obviously that can be, again, expanded into infinity. If people want to see specific mob fights here that you can sign up for, mounted fights, then that's something we can do as well. But we want to start out with the lore incorporated version of the arena, where the Emperor may be there every now and then. You can sign up and use it, but there will also be a regular sign up for specific rewards. I'm promising too much. Sorry for answering what we are planning for the arena system. How do we do Q&A and discuss things and future things if I'm not allowed to answer Tasty Bison? That is quite odd, right? I'm not saying when it's coming because I don't know at this point. I asked the interest of the arena system, how many were interested in it, and what our view and design is behind the first step of the arena system. If you don't like it, what can I say? What can I say? Can you play arena as a red player? Yes, everyone is supposed to be able to use the arena. That is also why we did a certain opening to the arena that is kind of for the evil players. So yeah. Grab your blue bottle. Indeed, I should have it here. Dear community, please stop assuming every word uttered by Henrik is a promise guaranteed on a timeline. Yes, I agree. Of course, I can make that much more clear, right? When it all depends on the topic. I mean, we just talked about the trinkets. That is a promise. It's coming in this next patch. And also we're very clear of what you can expect over time added into the trinket system with different types of trinkets. And yeah, then we talked a little bit about Reyna because people wanted to talk about it. And I shared our view on it. I can't say when that is. We're getting closer to end of this roadmap, and next roadmap is going to be finalized. First focus there is polish and bug fixing, and then we're very careful about the upcoming patches to make sure we have them fully under control, and we are fully aware of that most of you are very much looking forward to TC content, so that is a high priority on this list we're working on. And entertain tasty. Test of time as an ammo helps Chad Whooper loves to complain. Yeah, I recognize the name, so I've seen it linger around. But usually it means that someone cares, because if you're bothering or having the energy to be here and complain, there must be a reason, right? So I'm guessing he enjoyed the game and wanted to progress and be better and better and enjoy the game. I could be wrong, but that's my guess. Don't add bubble to MA until you buff archery. Buff archery. It does need a wobble, and it needs it very soon. There is no public test realm at this point, but we're all looking to make that happen, especially with some of the sensitive areas that is going into the game, which is sieging, etc. Wish we had a more hard power system, but that's just me. You know, there's many games out there. Mordhau is one of them that have some specific component that is exciting and fun, and that many of us would like to see more online. But there's this one big difference that is something that we need to remind on, where it's not technical possible, and that is where some of the Twitch-based, very quick reaction-based component can happen in a MMO solution, a network solution where thousands of players are in the same world, and how the network is communicating with each other is a completely different way than you would be doing when you play a game like Mordhau. Mordhau is not an MMO type of game. So there are many times very strict limitations in what the technology allows us to do, and some of those very quick action types is very difficult to make work in a game like this. So that is why you have the Mortal Online combat system. We have tried to push those boundaries and limitations as far as we possibly can, and added a ping normalization system and a prediction system to make it as responsive and fluid as possible and as accurate as possible within the solution, which is the MMO solution with great distances, thousands of players in the same world. And I'm proud with what the team managed to do. There's nothing like it on the market today. All games like this is pretty much regional based and heavily instanced, and not even near the detail of level we have in our traces and hitboxes and all that. Buff archery? What? I'm not sure if archery need a buff. It can be very powerful when used correctly, but what it does heavily need is the wobbling function, no doubt. It's not meant to be that stiff when you're riding using a bow. That is just both unrealistic and not practical, and it does interfere with the balance we want to have. What kind of cosmetic we get for bounty coins? For once, you will see certain types of capes. And then there'll be other rewards as well that you can claim. Great outlook on some of the more hostile feedback. I personally think whining does nothing, but I'm glad you look on the bright side of things. Yeah, of course, there's a degree where it gets out of control, where it's not proper in here. There's a line, right? We can't work with madness, and I expect we all expect not to have madness in the wrong way.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Could use some more main armors. Yeah, we will have a batch soon with additional both weapon types and armor types. As we mentioned, in the long term, we want to offer all clade styles. So that is just a big area that slowly we progress in certain period of the development. We have certain areas we first want to reach to a good point before we may do additional cycles on specifically armor types. It also depends on how the expansion of the team is going, you know, depending on who can work with what and where, and if there's room to add additional sooner rather than later. So things could change a little bit as well depending on that. Can add a proper counter parry attack, or at least test one out.
Oh my god.
We do have a counter parry attack. I don't know what you mean with add a proper and test one out. We've been running in common beta for what, a year, and trying to perfect and push the boundaries and limitations in our combat system. And you know, there's not much headroom for speeding things up or adding components that rely on faster updates. What about adding VR support? We are planning to add VR support when we moved over to Unreal 5.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god, we got a circle with 10 gifts. Holy cow. Thank you very much. Very generous of you. Warm up for you, June. We need to finish this last May work and focus and finalize the next roadmap before we put that on the website. Can you buff Mountain Mage, please? Mounted Archer just destroy Mountain Mages. With Necromancy, you will have whole new rules to play around with when it comes to playing a mage on mounts. A whole new ballpark. Sneak peek. We did have the little brief introduction to the upcoming Trinkets, which is this very next patch. I just showed you some of the combination for the plain ring and amulets, which is the first pack, and the implementation of the trinket system.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Oh my god, all those gifts. Boats when? I don't know when, but it is one of those growing wanted features in a game. And that's what's cool with Mortal Online. It can reach certain different types of gaming eras, which attracts a whole new audience of players. Just look at those Sea of Thieves games, you know, those are popular. Atlas, people want to play on ships and building ships, sailing, discovering treasures. It's a fun gameplay. And I watch a lot of those gameplay as well, and it's very interesting and fun to do. So that's the beauty of Mortal Online. It can include all those types of gameplay in one game, which is just awesome, I think. And that is also why we never get tired about developing on Mortal Online. It never ends, because we can always add a new game in Mortal Online as long as it fits and gets incorporated in the right way in the Mortal universe. So yeah, boats, ships, again, it is on our design list. We just don't know where it fits on the roadmap and when. And we know that a lot of players are looking forward to it. And just brings completely new types of gameplay, battles, exploration. And obviously it's a requirement for one of our undersea continents as well. So sooner or later, the question is when, and when do the community want it? So sooner or later, we're going to reach a point where we kind of have everything we intended to have early on, and then kind of up to the player base. Similar how we've been doing with Magic School. Which school would you like to see next? What big feature would you like to see after TC sieging, for instance? Is it time for ships and boats? That's the question. And Kelly too strong. He never wants anything. He's one of those that is very angry. It's not good for you. It's not good for your health. If you expect that, Lumen will improve interior lighting. So Lumen is the new cool lighting system in Unreal 5, right? I'm pretty sure many of you guys have seen some of those demos already. They look insanely impressive and extremely realistic. The only thing we need to get under control is the cost and performance for this. Obviously, we can't just kill the performance and hope that you all build or buy NASA computers, because that's not really practical, right? And also, since we do want to offer these majestic large-scale siege battles with good performance. So that is a requirement for us to make sure, is it good enough performance-wise? How can we make it work with that technology without killing performance? That is our only main concern. Nanites is good. That actually helps us performance-wise, and we can crank up some insane details. So that one is pretty solid. The Lumens is still unsure how much and what we can do with it. Elementalism. I think Staff Magic was the highest voted in my last stream for the school after Necromancy. Do you guys want to do a new vote just to see where it stands with the upcoming school, if you would like to vote for what comes after Necromancy? I love my boat in UO. I agree. I used boats in UO as well, and it was a whole new gameplay. Really fun to play around with that part. So I'm obviously also very much looking forward to the Mortal ship design system in Mortal Online. And I have a big fans of Sea of Thieves and players that can't wait until we deliver ours, because that's when they join Mortal Online. And that is some big groups. So they're waiting. They're not joining until we get ships. How can an average Joe like myself help support you and your team, Henrik? It's Whisper. The best support you can do is simply being an active player. You can help with awareness. You can stream. You can make posts. Tell people why you like it, why it's unique, and why it deserves to be reaching out to everyone to at least try it. That goes a long way. Just to spread the word that this is a game growing and exciting, and whatever it makes you interested in the game, making that known and spread goes a long way. A community can help promote quite a lot. So there's all that is actually helpful. The support you give, and just also showing that this is a game you want to play, and you're looking forward to different types of the development as well. It's a big impact on the team, believe it or not. But before the release, when we were on a small closed beta, we got a growing player base, and we had a lot of discussions and in the base, and we often read a lot of the discussion. It was very exciting. But yeah, then we got chaos and release, and that kind of have been pushed away, which have drained some energy from the developers. So obviously that makes them are forced to ignore that and focus on what's important, polish and build on the game. So, but yeah, I have no doubt that we will get back to that state when we are a little bit more relaxed and can spend some more time as well within the community. What does the EU5 timeline look like? We're talking a few months or 9, 12 plus? No, not that many. So, still too early to say dates and such, and we won't really say a date, but we will have estimated plan and roadmap that's going to be shared quite soon as well. Need a little bit more time until we can confirm that kind of roadmap for when it comes to taking those steps as well. Banana magic. No, mentalism. Cal Ort Poor. My neck is not good. It's stiff and sore. I don't know what I've done. I think I slept on a bad pillow. When we'll be able to dominate trolls and minos? For sure, along with the beast mastery work we're doing, there will be specific tools and balance function along with that will be important when you can use powerful pets. And obviously, with necromancy, you will be able to use them as well. So, but that is the undead troll. It's not the living troll or minotaur. Is gap closer and defense magic. I feel like staff magic will help Ecumenica more so than Necro. I'm not sure. Necro gives a lot of those things that any new player that have got into the game that feels too restricted in certain ways with the current schools. What they've been asking for is actually what they're starting to get with Necromancy. So there's no doubt that Necro is a good base school for a lot of people as well. But yeah, staff magic seems to be the most popular after that. We have elementalism, has some really cool weather affecting spells. Mentalism, I'm very much looking forward to mentalism. Illusionism is a really cool school as well. I mean, there are some really juicy schools that have something really exciting. Would it make sense to put elementals first since it was already in the first game? Or would it be expanded on for adding to MO2? So again, there's a few tweaks to the spells we want to do in that school before we add it to the game. And one part is that it relies on a weather system that is synchronized between everyone. And since we decided to put the weather system on pause until we moved over to Unreal 5, we need to go through what that entails for the magic school, if it's something we're wasting or we can reuse it. We need to have that kind of meeting first to see if it's beneficial to do elementalism before staff magic. If it is highly, then maybe it makes more sense to make that one before staff magic. But if it's kind of the same, then I guess we could just let you guys vote and decide, right? The game isn't perfect, but it's the best of its type. I want it to work, but sometimes Starlight makes it difficult to love you. Indeed, I agree. And that's something we're going to change. We're going to make sure that that isn't something most of us experience sooner or later, because that's what's happening, right? That is my goal, to eliminate as much as possible as soon as we can, starting with directly after Necromancy for a good focus. With the staff magic, will you always be able to use the staff like a quarterstaff if someone or something gets up close? Yes, it will be able to wield that staff as both a weapon and wielding spells, casting spells. Awesome, thanks Henrik. Best wishes to you and your team. Thank you. Come play with us, make a 2-side war event. You know, soon enough, I'm gonna jump in and we can do some events. And you know, I'm longing for some fight nights that we used to do very regularly throughout the whole beta time, and that was a blast to play around with random people and veterans as well. It was a blast, and I can't wait to do more of that. I mean, again, this is my personal favorite MMO type of game. This is what I want to play. So obviously I want to be able to play it as well, but time have been problematic for me, sadly. But sooner or later, I will participate more because it's something I want to do. Can you tell your thought about declining population of the game? Yeah, like I said earlier in the stream, it's quite natural having a totally chaotic release with a lot of problems, putting everything on hold for a very long time. If we compare that to the whole beta, especially the latest step of the beta, things were growing constantly, and we were following the roadmaps with a lot of exciting features. Putting all that on hold and not reaching those features that were meant to be early on, because we had to postpone a lot of that. Obviously, that mix of experience is putting players down or making people want to take a break and getting back later on. So we are focusing heavily on making sure stability and performance is there, capacity is there, and we have everything fully under control, and getting back to those more regular updates when it comes to content and features. And we just got back to that track. We're starting to add content and features. We do need to follow up on some of the issues and bugs when it comes to decoration items, pet pathing. There's some of those that are invisible weapon. Those are prime examples of something we really need to fix as soon as possible, so that isn't affecting players as well negatively. Because obviously if these stacks up and nothing content-wise have happened for a while, quite natural someone may take a break from the game, right? It's what very frequent happened in the first game as well. People taking break, coming back, and being a player on and off for over the years. We've seen a much higher rate of popularity and interest in Mortal 2, and obviously a much bigger core in place as well. So we're very confident that we will grow into exciting numbers over time when we fulfill some of these milestones, both content-wise, features, stability-wise, but also obviously taking a step into translate the game, regional marketing, reaching the different platforms that we are signing up for, and proceeding with marketing eventually, and also proceeding with influencers, content creators, to again make new waves of interest in the game. And like I said, this is that type of game that can go up and down in waves depending on what kind of features and rate the game is, like many other similar games. And you know, we have a good plan for taking those steps over time, and we have no doubt that the potential and interest will be met and increase over time. Is next patch soon, or very soon, or very soon? I can't say. And you know, I've said that since last time, that it's better that we don't say a date, or even if we have an estimated date, because it can only do one thing, and that is disappoint if we have to delay, right? So we refrain from saying an exact date. I can only say that obviously we're getting close to that mid-section May patch as on the roadmap, and it will go live as soon as we feel we are ready to put it live. Calibas Flam. We got some UO players in here. Calibas Flam, we have that spell already, right? You know which one it is. Gates and recalling, we didn't decide to follow that road in UO because of some important balance factors and also gameplay factors. Transporting regional-based resources, the conflict of transporting, going out in the world and moving to enemies or refilling enemies or going to allies, that is a big component of our game. And obviously that get all bypassed if we have gates and recall, as you can understand. So we are relying more on that kind of player interaction, which brings a lot of value to the game. Ecumenical is missing Energy Vortex. Are you sure you played UO? I did play UO for 12 years, and I had a tank mage and a few other types. And yeah, so we didn't intend to completely copy everything from Ultima Line or the whole school and spells and how everything works. Like I said, a big difference, for instance, that we don't want to copy is the gates, moon gates, and recall runes. Even though they were cool and fit Ultima Line, we are relying on other types of interaction and value in Mortal Line. So we picked those spells that we have in mind that fits this school for us, and how that will incorporate into being a important component in a group. And then you can mix that with other schools, which you couldn't the same way in Ultima Line. Energy Vortex. I mean, you have elementalism that has some similarities to that kind of spell. So we had that in the first game. Can you share something about Necro? So, no, not yet. I'm planning to do a stream, not the next week, but the next one again. And I'm planning to do some Necromancy sneak peeks. So I'm going to jump on my Necromancer and stream it on the test server so you can see at first hand what you will be playing around with shortly thereafter. If I won't come out until 2 years, it's already out. Twelve Magic Schools just in 2034. You think that's the date for all of them? How come we added full Dark Knights from Alpha Combat Test 1? There are a small gap where it's very dark outside, but since there's two huge moons, it isn't practical to be pitch black at any times. But there are certain locations on the ground where it's meant to be pitch black and a light source is required. We did actually had pitch black nights in the first game. Everyone thought it was really cool initially. And so, holy shit, this is cool. Until like a few days after, when we saw every single player logging out for those minutes, it was nighttime. And then they logged all back again, or went AFK and got active again after light came back. So something that was cool a little bit, but not really something everyone wanted to have, constantly. Chance we can have craftable campfires. Yes, you will be able to do those with the combine tool that we are looking to add to the game very soon. I'm saying Model 2 won't get moved to Unreal 5 in at least 2 years. That is wrong. It will be moved very much earlier than 2 years. The engine is released as in a commercial build. It has areas of problems, and we are going through those to see if it's something that are affecting us, making it impossible to take the step now. So far, the only part that is time consuming for us to go through, or the part that we need to go through, is the lighting system, shadow system, and with the terrain world system that we have built. We need to go through that and make sure it works, it's solid, and then we can do the updates. So no, it's not that far away as years. There's a good chance we become the first MMO RPG on the market running on Unreal 5. What form of communication do you prefer as form of feedback from the community? So I used to be trying to be active on the Discord channels, right? Chatting with everyone that wanted to participate. Before that, a lot on the forums. It feels like the forum is getting more and more out of date in terms of popular communication tools. Discord is one of those taking over more and more, it feels like. And obviously we have a community manager that is doing his best in trying to collect a lot of communication as well, feedback back and forth between us and community. So so that is some of the options. I think Robin is doing a good job in trying to help us with that communication and be a filter as well now when we are heavily focused on the development and the different important milestones and steps we're going to take soon. Fixing the pet pathing. Yeah, so pet pathing is one of those things that we want to do a session on for sure to improve, along with those other bugs that I mentioned before, like invisible weapons, decoration that have vanished when we have had node issues, which forces a lot of strain and work on the GMs to go through that. So obviously we want to make sure that doesn't happen anymore. Are meters from MO1 coming to MO2? Yes, they are, but a little bit changed and refined again. But yeah, those were pretty awesome in the first game. Also brought hotspots for sure. Thanks for your work, team, and you. Thanks a lot. It's a real pleasure. Thank you very much, Space Tonio. Can you please increase the buff timers for Spiritism? Even use awareness. It's the only thing that holds Spiritism back. There could be room for some tweaks on those numbers, yes. Do you think you'll be able to bring back a player base? For sure. 100%. Like I said before, this is one of those games that can go up and down in different periods and eras of the game. And like I said, when we add in completely different types of features and content, that is also something that attracts different types of players. There are many games on the market that have released in a small scale, and then after certain milestones or content, they have exploded or increased heavily. And we expect very much similar things to happen in this game because it's the same kind of work and development that those examples. The beta was very solid and fun. Yeah, I mean, in the beta we only had, we had the combat beta for a very long time, and then we started to just enable the skills and crafting. That's when it became to feel like the RPG and trading, right? And then we just added more and more content features, finished the whole meal, and so we just continue from there. Beta was more fun, beta was boring. Alright. Ask Coder, they are the invisible weapon masters. The thing is, we have confirmed that you can't just simply reproduce the invisible weapon, so there is no master of it. There is no secret that thousands of players are keeping a secret, because it happens to everyone every now and then, including yourself, without knowing it until someone tells you. So that is why we haven't been able to fix it quickly, because we have been waiting for being able to reproduce it, because we thought, hey, I mean, we have thousands of players. Surely someone will find and figure this out, because that's how it happens on every single bug which is reproducible. But in this case, for a very long time now, long overdue, no one have been able to reproduce it, which means it is what we are suspected. A package goes wrong and it doesn't update correctly, therefore it just happens randomly when you load in a player in that state. So we need to secure that state so it doesn't happen. Pet path is not fixed in the beginning of beta. It has been heavily improved and fixed in many ways. The thing is that there are certain component that goes wrong that is also that we have fixed, and there are different types of component that goes wrong now that we have to fix. For instance, we didn't have houses in the beta where the damage in real time changes when you put something there. That's a problem in the current build that we need to work on to fix that, for instance. So we have done great progress, and I'm sure if you were part of the whole beta since pets came in, there was a huge issue where they couldn't follow over no lines at all. They, certain areas, they didn't follow Namesh or anything like that. We have fixed most of all those problems. And since then, people have said, wow, finally pets can at least follow and it's working. But there are still certain cases that we have to fix now that also came with additional new features. Svartsmuffen with the subscription. Thank you very much. Develop success from failures. Discouragement and failure are two of the surest stepping stones to success. Sharp panic. Keep up the good work. Thank you. And yeah, obviously we are taking the experience and everything we can doing all these steps we're doing. It is a huge challenge, again, to make a project like this being independent. There's no publisher behind you. There's no giant with the resources and have endless types of steps to go through, everything that it means to make this kind of game. But this is also why, you know, for the market to get a game that could be very different, it could be a risk to take. It goes straight away from the traditional theme park games, and the giants behind them are trying to copy the best and go the safe route. And that's not what we're doing, right? We're doing something quite unique and different. But, you know, we're also independent. So it means we need to find our way in our pipeline and our setup in trying to make this kind of game that we really want to develop to be very different from the traditional MMO out there. And you guys have shown us the support, that there's a huge audience supporting it and want to have this type of game. And we just have to stick to the plan, and we will get there with your help. Is there any plan to adjust how pets path and interact around player structure? Yeah, exactly that. That's what I said a minute ago. So there's a problem that the Namesh updates in real time when you put a house, and that messes up the Namesh polygons where your pet is pathing. So that's why it goes a long turnaround, or, you know, can't find the nearest Namesh when you go past the house. Even though it looks like there's a clear path, it should just simply follow you, right? So that's a problem, and we will fix that. That is one of those big things for AI pathing that is always happening more and more the more houses there is in the world. So we need to fix that for sure. Is the healing clade experience working? My guild tested it doesn't work. Should work. It should work. Vast co-op poor. This game needs an co-op. Galload pool. Annex poor. UO. Was it disabled? The clade healing XP. I may be not up to date on that one then, if that was the case. A good game usually doesn't have bugs. I can tell you every game have bugs, even the best games in the world. But obviously, with endless resources, a lot of time and hard focus and work, you eliminate those bugs. And we will get there for sure. Compared to automatically attack people who hit them. Yeah, there's a few things we want to add on pets along with Beastmaster focus improvement for pets overall. And that is the states you can set them in, so they behave more how you want them to behave. Like guard, passive, or not. We have things like that in the first game. And if we ever get some sort of magic weapon like an Ether Sword, there will be an enchantment for armor and weapons, yes. Which means magical effects in different ways that you will be able to use on gear. Make the game more fun. I will, Hydroid. I will make it more fun. What feature do you want to see to make it more fun? I hate to admit, I'm excited about the arena. What have you done, Eric? I don't know. Just mention a little bit what the plans are. Shit, I'm way behind again, guys. Sorry for talking about old questions. Bug fixes, for sure. Bug fixes is one of those things that I said. You will see that in the first roadmap. We will crush those bastardo bugs. And yeah, we are adding a macro command where you can set up different types of emotes and commands on the hotbar. We ever get to ride bears or compadons? Yes, eventually we're gonna go through all the animals that are practical rideable and toggle them. We have a system, dynamic system that always support it, but we lack the manpower to do the animation for all those animals, including pet equipment. So if we can increase our team with additional animators, that is also one of those areas that can be expanded on even faster. What happens to bear armor? That is what we are lacking. The animation work to put the pet equipment on a creature that we... There's a lot of pet equipment, a lot of mounts to be done. And it's pure animation work now. Can we get more medium armor variants? Not a huge fan of Corite splintered cosmetic wise. Over time, you will see a lot of medium armors. I can't say when the next session of medium armors will be added, but as mentioned before, the intention is to add something from every clade inspired armor styles. Make a guard weakness an arrow to the knee. So this was mentioned, but can these jewels be found from mining and clades like stones here helping this? So you these gems are generated on the different trinkets. So later on, when you will be able to do jewelry crafting, that's when you yourself can find these different types of gems and craft them on different types of objects. But these trinkets will be discovered in the world as they are, so you don't mine them at this point. Drawing is the best way to get in touch through the website. Contact us. Yeah, that works. And we have developers worldwide currently, so that works too as well. Depends a little bit on what area of development. Do you have a spectator mode you spy on fights with? We do. I usually watch streamers. There's always someone streaming that every now and then is having a cool fight or such. So that is always something going on in the background. But Trinkets be soulbound. As long as you wear it, it will not drop on death. But you have it in your inventory, it will drop on death. And it skips my question every time. I guess tailoring is a sensitive topic. Tailoring, have I missed tailoring? Sorry, I missed that question. I don't try to skip questions. I try to cover all of them, and when they start repeating, I may skip them. And I will have to refer to the highlighted YouTube version where you can go through some of the most important topics. Showed a picture of Underdog NPC a couple months ago when it's coming out. So along with Necromancy, you have everything undead. Undead version. He skips question, doesn't want to answer to. That is wrong. You should know that by now, Tasty Bison. You're not a noob. I know that. And yeah, every now and then I miss questions. So don't be offended by that. It doesn't mean anything. Can you hear Doggo in the background? That is correct. She's walking around and she may want to go out now, so I have to see. Didn't even answer anything about tailoring. What is... I missed that question. I don't know what that question is about. Where fist weapons are. I've answered the fist weapon question about 50 times, Tasty Bisons, over many streams. So again, for you, my old friend, fist weapons will not be added until we have figured out the final design, how they should work in terms of weight, speed, etc. So we need to rebuild that system. We're not adding dual wielding and fist weapons the same way as it was in the first game, because it didn't really make sense, didn't really work, and it was used in very specific cases. Therefore, we discussed it and said, look, we should make that more intuitive, interesting, and we need to spend some time on testing through that until we feel this is better, it's more fun, it makes sense. Now we will put it to test and then live. So when that is, I can't say at this point. You're missing this question. Give me Dex build some love. We are not viable now. Everything is strength based. We are not currently rechanging the balance in stats, or mainly in big areas such as armor, weapons. We do plan to refine some of those areas a little bit, very carefully, down the road, but not right now. We have polish and bug fixing as a high prioritized order, and we need to deliver our roadmap as timely as we can. And then we will plan the next roadmap to see what areas that we need to focus on next. I wouldn't say dexterity is useless. It has quite some use currently. One moment, guys. I need to let out my doggy before she goes crazy. Sorry, one moment. But the Korites have so few attribute points. So there's a weight balance power in all the stats, and that is also a determined factor of how many extra additional points you get. Korites have some powerful high value weighted stats already, so they get a few more less, but they also have a few bonuses because they are within the human clade, so they do get some additional back. That is the short answer to that. It was clear, just make Army and Thursa and that is good game. No, we see all clades heavily populating the game very evenly, so we're very happy with a very good balance on all the clades, and most players see that as well and think so as well. And then there will always be those players that says armies is way OP, humans is way OP because they can do everything, Thursdays is way OP because they are too strong in melee or whatever it may be. And then we have those that says Alvarin is the supreme race, speed is king. And that is interesting when everyone is saying the different clades are OP.
Alvarin the Supreme.
See? Alvarin?
The Supreme.
Alvarin is supreme.
Ognir the Supreme. Human the Supreme. Alvarin the Supreme.
Oh my god.
Human the Supreme.
See, that is your vote on what clade you prefer. What kind balance of clades? You know, clades not working.
Alvarin the Supreme.
Anastarine, do you know that clades are the races in the game? Of course they're working. You choose and play one of those clades. That is the first thing you do when you log into Modern Online. You create a clade and pick one, and that is shaping what style you may be doing good or well or mixed. Does Henrik agree human is the weakest? I don't. Human is very popular, it's very wide and can do a lot of options. I play all races. I have a pretty good idea on what's good and what's not. Army best, human worst. That is what you think, Schmerik. And so it will begin. The Clade War in text format. Human beings are good for many reasons. Could there be a trinket that will speed up cast time, extend hold time, space? I can say yes. It will offer a lot of those small things. That is could be something like that specifically as well. Yes. And news on tailoring and NPCs clothing. The world kind of feels like without it. No update on tailoring at this point. Human is the best archmage. It is a very popular archmage. Thursa need a buff. Thursa is very popular. I'm not sure why you think it would need a buff. It's like saying any clade needs a buff. Human has its usage, but outside of mounted gameplay, it's pretty trash. It's a very popular mage build type. Oh, one moment. Need to let the dog in. Alright guys, do you have any last question for tonight's stream? Let me scroll down a little bit. Haven't heard human war cry often though. Yeah, I mean obviously with more magic, as you can understand, it will get more power. So it may change a little bit over time. We got Necromancy around the corner. They agree that Thursa is getting punished too much for their clade healing reduced. That clade, yes. I think that there is room for some tweak for specifically that clade for Thursas. That is also what the numbers are pointing towards at this point. What is Kite Shield? Ooh, it's a specific shield type. We're getting the tower shields. Not in this patch, but the next one. And those are awesome. You can walk around and have a very big shield covering your whole body, especially if you're a small race. Show us your dog, please. All right, she's here. Here she is. Listen to her. Hey. This is Luna, the French Bulldog. She's a cutie. She's a cutie. Can we get wizard hats, please? We have tried to design wizard hats. We didn't make it fit. So, but we haven't given up on it. So we may get back to them and do a second try. We're betting games like Dice, Poker, and Towns in the future. Yes, we already have a back-end system for it prepared, where you can play what's it called? Shit, my brain is freezing. What the hell? Blackjack. And we will add poker and other games as well. Nice doggo. Lovely game, Henrik. Thank you very much. Beaucoup. Dog, cute. Super cute dog. She's really cute. Especially cute for this breed, I think. They all look a little different. she's a cutie. She looks like an Ogmere. It's awesome dog. I want one in game. Yeah. Maybe we'll get one of those types in game. Would be nice. Sounds like a bush pig. When I hold her like that, she does make some funny sound. Dogmere. Why are you hugging the dog instead of developing the game? Oh my god. Good question. You know, the endorphin a pet gives a human does wonders. So, you know, that it helps with stress, taking walks. It's a good companion. Human's best friend is dogs. And the plan on hiding passwords on strongholds. Yes. We tried to do it because there was a support for exactly that function in Unreal Engine, but we couldn't utilize it with the network, so we need to spend a little more time before we can do it. But we really tried to do it in this patch, but it takes longer than we hoped for to be able to do it in this patch. Some creatures should have never existed. Pugs, for example. Yeah. That is a downside, I think, with that kind of breed. Pugs and also a little bit French bulldogs, when they're bred to have a very short nose, that could make it worse and worse for them to breed normally. That is, I think, the sad part and downside with that breed when it goes out of control. We actually made a surgery on this dog to improve the breeding quality. Even though it's not something you typically do here, but we wanted to do the best for her, and we did that. So, and that helped. Really, dude? I think he's joking, right? Ryan Watanabe, but you never know. You never know. Henrik in-game character name is Luna, confirmed. Henrik the Beastmaster. Luna, it's battle dog. It is a battle dog. She's strong, and you know that breed. I think they are much larger than they are, for sure, and very stubborn. Gotta use your dog's grunt from mob voice in game. That would be cool, actually. Fitting for a few ones, I guess. So cool. Thanks for the stream. Great dog. Thank you, Nuke. And when will you add werewolf and vampires so we can be Team Edward? We will see. We will see. Again, that is a complicated discussion with Mats to make sure it fits in the mortal universe. And it plans some mage ropes with magical defenses. Yes, and also enchantment that may have that kind of effect. And we're also looking to add resource defenses for shields. So if there's a prioritized spell flying and you block it with a shield, so it impacts on the shield, that may also have an effect on that spell. Please get sensor on stronger password. If Seb can't code it, I can for you. You can't, Tasty Bison, because you don't know how the network works at all. Or our entire setup and engine, for that matter. It's a modified Unreal 4 engine. When 1400 points of interest. We're not going there at this point. You're getting the trinkets and you are getting the veteran system first. And then you will see the whole options you will get for a character. Sounds like a bush pig because they cannot breathe. Yeah, when I hold it like that, that's when it sounds like she's snoring. But when she's normal on the feet or laying down, she's not making that kind of sound. And it gives you a +10 psych buff. Yes, so I need one in game like yesterday. I take my kids walks, it's stressful. Kids, maybe stressful. Depends on the discipline, I guess. When is MO2 Crips TV show being announced? I don't know. What's her name? It's Luna. I was joking, yes, I thought so. And I go to bed, it's late. It is getting late indeed, Tasty Bison. And it's almost time to wrap it up. And I think we covered quite a few different random questions. Talked a little bit about the trinkets, what to expect from them. And they are getting very close to get into the game. So that's going to be awesome. Please let me be a vampire, like, take my money. We will see how that will be incorporated. Many traditional fantasy games very often copy each other, right? And you can see also a lot of those things in our game, but we do try to translate a lot of those things that we do like, that fits our universe, but make sure it fits our lore and our style and our name on it. Matt spent a lot of great effort and time in that category to make the game world unique. Can we get ships so I can be a pirate, please? Yeah, ships, boats is one of those big features that a lot of people are looking forward to. So the question is when we're gonna put that on the roadmap. TC is one of those that also everyone wants, and we're working on that, and that's gonna be deployed in different steps. Please increase guild tag rendered instance. We will. It is tied to the server capacity performance. So when we reach a certain stage there, that's when we also can increase that a little bit. Any plans like a rogue type character? Yeah, that would be the assassin profession. So I guess that would be towards the rogue type. Again, it's up to you to choose any clade you may see or want to play as. And then there will be specific skills that allow you to become a professional assassin rogue. Oh, it's also answered my questions. Thank you so much for that. I love the game and will be playing for years to come. Glad to hear that. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't be able to understand spaghetti code. That is a little rude, Tasty Bison. He's not writing spaghetti code. He is a very good coder, and he's master when it comes to the Mortal and Network section. He's solid. How many pet points does Luna take up? I'm not sure. It's not too much. She's a small one, but she's stubborn and quite strong, so she may take more than you may expect. So if I'm getting it repeated, but I rarely catch these. What is the veteran system? So very short, the veteran system is system where you will do specific tasks involving other players that allows you to gain certain experience in one certain pool that you can choose to spend them either towards professions or action skills, or a mix between them, and it costs differently, and that allows you to further expand your skills. So the game mate, keep up the good work. Thank you, Celestial Frog. Thanks again, Henrik. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Dwepola. Want the pet shark for sponge farming. Let's go. We will get to water content soon enough. And can we bet on fights in Team Arena? I'm not sure when that will happen. Like we just briefly discussed about the plans for the arena previously, upsetting a few people because I'm promising the arena. But yeah, so one of the challenges obviously to, okay, next roadmap and next again, which one offers big bang for the buck for most players? How do we attract both new players and old players and making them enjoy the game and have more sand in the sandbox? There's so much to choose from, right? And asking anyone, everyone would pick something different. So obviously we want to try to first cover big base features that attract a lot of players, because we all want a lot of players joining the game, right? And then we can slowly reach more and more very specific and more specific end game types as well. So it's a challenge to pick those, and that is also why we do some of these streams. We get a lot of feedback and hear what people want, and sometimes we may do polls, etc. as well. You can fool everyone else, Henrik, but you can't fool me. Tasty Bison, how am I fooling everyone? By trying to be as transparent and open and honest as I possibly can. And being here persistently every Thursday, hanging out with you guys and trying to relax, enjoy my time with you and covering interesting discussions, answer as much as I can, as accurate as I can. Last patch was great. I recount all the bad things I said during launch. Keep up the good work and turn down the sensitive level of GMs in Help Chat Discord. Thank you. Yeah, so obviously the goal is to make sure that our upcoming patches will be as solid as possible. We fully understand frustration if we're releasing something and it's buggy or breaking down quickly. It's been a very huge challenge for us for a very long time, being limited and being small. We are taking measurement and steps into this pipeline to improve it, and hopefully we want to make sure that you experience that difference. So I hope that the patches moving forward, especially since from the next roadmap, will speak more for itself, because that's what it's all about, right? If the game is good and fun and you enjoy it and you see progression and we're moving in the right direction, that's all we want. I get more FaceTime with Henrik than with my girlfriend. Is that weird? I think I have more FaceTime with all our streamers as well than anyone else. Thanks for keeping up with the streams. Love the game. Thank you, Anuxa. Do you have any plans to rebalance the weight starter bees have become meta? Again, we don't see a rush critical point where we really need to pause everything else and jump towards balancing that at this point in time. We do see quite a variation. I wouldn't say everyone is running out around us stout and obese only. But like in many areas in Mortal, there's always a good room for tweaks, improvement, no doubt. I do have a lot of respect for you. All right, Tasty Bison. All right, thank you. I guess it's hard to tell at some points, but I try to be respectful towards everyone in here and our players, even though they disagree or doesn't like certain parts in the game or development, and that is fully understandable. Yeah, to be honest, I doubted that you will get past the launch issue, but at the moment I'm playing every day after work. Great game, can't wait for the new features. Yeah, I mean, there's been so many games with launch issues. And most MMO in the world releasing their first or expansion, there are always launch issues. It depends on what area and what scale mostly. And this is coming from the giants with billions of resources and thousands of developers. So it would be very strange if we were surpassing those in the highest challenge area that you can do in a game. And that is the unexpected capacity, unexpected player actions in the game, and then slap on a fully free sandbox game like Modern Line is with very small limitations. Then it gets multiplied even more complex and a challenge. But at the same time, I'm not complaining, right? I'm just trying to explain that we are very high passionate about this is what we want to do, but it does come with huge challenges, and there's no doubt we are facing those challenges. And I have no doubt we will get past them, improve them, and deliver the best sandbox MMORPG game on the market, period. And we will work on Mortal Line 2 for many, many years to come. And we have very exciting plans in the future, multiple platforms, and grand plans for the game to make sure that we grow and reach out to every single player that are interested in an MMORPG game should be aware of Mortal Line over the coming years. That is the plan. Because right now we are still small compared to that. And again, every day we are getting some players showing up and say, I never heard about Mortal Line. Will you do some marketing? And that comes along with being independent, a small company, not spending millions of dollars on marketing worldwide. That is also a big thing, right? But we hope that the game will reach that point where it speaks for itself, and whenever people are playing it, enjoying it, that's when it take care of a lot of that. If you love the game and you're obviously telling your friends and they say the same, that's how it can get these snowball effects of we're reaching that golden point and hopefully have a very exciting future. What is difficult with making pets mobs path in water? It's a whole new system being in water, and there's many complicated system in how you swim, buoyancy and weights and limitations and skills, and then also pathing, nav-mesh. What is water? A water volume on a client or a server, the pathing nav-mesh for the pet. It's so complicated to do that, and that is why it is as it is right now, pretty much disabled. But obviously we plan to add those creatures that make sense, that can use the water in the right way, but it's very complicated and takes a lot of time. So it wouldn't be worth it for us to spend months in that when we want to have TC content, exciting interest points in the world, and fully stability for all the players. That goes a little bit above it first. And I hope I think most of it agree to that at this point, at least. It would be nice to have sea creatures, and we will have for sure. We have a lot of plans for sea creatures and flying creatures. We just have to take things in certain orders. Sorry. Dungeon going to have different monsters in them, like characters that start wrong despise. Yeah, I mean we already have a few dungeons that shows that there's different types of theme and creatures living there. And yes, for sure, you will see more of that. For instance, with the Necromancy patch, we will have a Necromancy location, which includes dungeon, and you will see a specific story being told there, specific things there. So yeah, for sure. Too much hopium. But speed is king. That's why everybody goes skinny Alvar. But someone just said it's obese is the meta. Obese, it's the meta. What happened to that meta? Hey, did the monthly payment start, or are we still in free until we fix the server mode? Sorry for bad English. You're still in a free mode. Subscription will be started when we reach a certain milestone, and we will make that announcement. But until then, it's free. Can we get better filter on the brokers so we can find what we're looking for easier? Yes. Subscription never. Flawless, Sylvan. You know, as long as we can have a way of getting income to be able to work, survive, pay the bills, pay the servers, the staff, the GMs, the developers, we're happy. That's a requirement for Mortal Online to keep growing. You take donation, take my money. We do accept donations, at least in these streams, for instance, and yeah, if someone like that or want to support us with buying any Mortal merchandises, it's available here on the stream for anyone that's want to. Just said we ignore all balance until like 2 years in. RIP PvP. That's not what I said, but I also said that there is no huge critical part where the game is unbalanced. That's pretty much what 90% of the game or player base that knows how to PvP agree with. Then there are specific cases where there are room for some tweaks and improvement, but this doesn't mean that RIP PvP. That's just nonsense. That's nonsense. Did Heroes leave? No, he didn't. He's just fully focusing on the development and trying not to be too distracted elsewhere, as many of the developers. Okay. Yep, and keep out pay to win and pay for skins. Subscription all day. Yeah, that is our take. We as real gamers want to be able to get 100% gaming experience from a small amount of subscription without diluting, without pay to win, without crazy looking stuff and rainbow effects. It's not that kind of game we're trying to build where that goes, crazy. And also, since whenever you want to look specific or do something specific, discover or control that, that's what you do in game by actually getting player knowledge and skills and being rewarded for that. So there's many pros with having a subscription based model. And whenever we talk to someone that is very anti subscription based, after a while going through that list of why, the pros and cons, most people actually think it makes sense. It has maybe a good reason to fit in Mortal Online. I need Henrik action figures. Why anyone would want to be overweight, or skeletal? Maybe there will be some options down the road, certain circumstances and styles that actually could have a beneficial from being skeletal. For instance, a little secret: if you're a mentalist trying to transport your body, the less weight, the more effective. The heavier, the less effective. Just one little Pay for cosmetic, don't see anything wrong with that. No, it's nothing wrong with it. Many games does it that way. But we want the cosmetic to be discovered, traded, and be an excitement component that you actually achieve in the game, rather than just pay for it and done. If that makes sense. So it's a big game experience difference when anyone can buy something and this crazy stuff, rather than how do I get that gear or that look or that hair type or whatever it may be. That is knowledge and power and trade ability in the game, which actually gives a lot of cool gaming experience. So it depends on how you design the game and what the purpose is behind the game as well, I guess. We have tied a lot of cosmetic gear into deep crafting systems and exploration and discovery. So therefore we can't put all those on a buy to wear those instead. Dragons when? You will see, you will see. We are slowly progressing in higher tiers of the AI. We want to make sure pathing and any weakness of the current AI, which we have in the game, that we are trying to, improve and solve. A lot of those, lines up towards now is ready for certain types of creatures to be enabled and put into the game as well. At least this way we get to enjoy the game without finding someone with OP gear just because he paid more with real life money. Yeah, exactly. And we don't want to lock content. We don't want to have pay to win. And like I said, we want joy behind those cool gear visuals, whatever it may be. And, it makes sense when you break it down in pieces and compare it. Can Arena also have a ranking system, please? Yes, it will. That's one of the core features behind the Arena. Okay, thank you. So its use is just not in game yet. That makes a little sense. Yeah, I mean there are things that may be weak on power or not much used until some things connects to it. May it be magic schools, different types of components or opponents in the game. And that's the thing also. When we build something this complex and huge that may often tie into many different features over time, it's very complex to see, that's also why we can never have perfect balance, because there's so many components over time, additionally, that affects PvP, for instance. More options and more options. So yeah. Please add clothing and dye to the game soon. Yeah, that is one of those that a lot of people want as well. For good reasons, both tactical, but also because, it's nice to be able to be in control of that. And with that, we also want a guild emblem logo system that allows guilds to create their logos and pick their colors and have it on a real banner at your stronghold, keep, or house, your city, and also wear them. So it's a cool little feature, or I don't know if it's little, but yeah, it's something we want. Can server hold 10k player capacity? Milan cannot hold that yet, no. We can cover that capacity on if new players are joining up on Haven, for instance. We can scale up to cover a huge amount of players, but Milan specifically only cannot reach that number at this point, and that is something we've been working on hard in every patch. In every patch there's a back-end update improving the capacity, performance, and we're also adding additional tools to be able to better be able to update and calculate what's going on and be able to get a better picture of where the capacity may be and what is costing most to be able to work on those components. And there's mixed views on how many players are suitable on a continent like Myrland. That is also a question, right? On the current build, we haven't really hit the cap with everything enabled. So what we're doing now is we are measuring everything that costs to be able to see where the next bottleneck may be. Because now we're reaching a higher point where we can't just say everyone jumps in and help us out to see where the next bottleneck is. So we're trying to build a quite sophisticated system to be able to scale that up and have proper data to be able to see more accurately where we're standing with our capacity. I know you ignore this, but did this game really sell 100k copies? If so, how is there only 39 players at peak times on this game? That is correct. We have sold over 110k copies, and we got a lot of those instantly stopping and pausing in the total mess of the release of the infinite queue times and madness we had there. And whenever some people came in, we had huge spikes giving people 5,000 ping. So people thought, okay, I guess this is the experience you have in America. You can't play this game. The plan is obviously to reach back to those when we're ready to make sure that they see the real experience of the game and not basing it on when the server were dying. And also, if an MMO game have 110,000 sold, that doesn't mean all of those are active. That's never the case. And then when you look at those groups that are active from that player base, you can very roughly take a tenth of that that are being the online concurrent players, if that makes any sense. And those numbers are pretty much aligned to Mortal Online as well, and which is also very accurately to many other MMO games on the market. So 1,300 players doesn't mean we have 1,300 players active. That is, like I said, pretty much a tenth from the active players. And then it's a tenth from the sold copies, pretty much. So roughly, very roughly. And that is normal numbers for any game, any MMO game, when you break it down like that. So yeah, there will always be many thousands of players that may not like it, for any different reasons, that may take a break or quit instantly. That happens to every single game, including MMO games. You guys still going to do the Epic Store? Yes, we will. But we will take that step when we reach a certain milestone we have internally when it comes to polish and bugs. Because we all know how important it is that the gaming experience isn't affected negatively due to in-game issues. So we don't want to rush those important milestones just because. We want to make sure we get things right, and that is a second release on a second platform. We want to make sure that is as stable as possible, and then we have additional steps after Epic Game Store. So we have a very packed, exciting milestone schedule throughout the whole year. And yeah, I mean, if we see that we're getting insane queues again, the thing is, as soon as we have a higher population, the queues for getting into the game cycles much faster. Every few hundred additional players, the cycle goes much faster because it's one world. It's not like one France Europe server in World of Warcraft where the peak where everyone is playing active is during these hours, and then the rest it's almost no one playing. We have a natural cycle as well because of where most players are active, but there's always someone waking up and playing while someone's logging off. So every minute there are people going on and off. So the more players that can go on and off, obviously the faster the queue moves. So that means we don't need 10,000 concurrent on Mirland, but obviously we want a good amount that makes it feel good populated. And so that means we have system in place for even though that goes out of control, one big influencer inviting 10,000 players simultaneously or anything crazy similar that happened before, we can scale up again alternate servers to handle that for that moment. Then you think most Epic Games plays have Steam already? I don't know exactly how many have Steam or Epic or what that would mean. We are offering the game on our additional platform, and we reach out to additional players. They have showed impressive numbers that we are also tapping into and offering to players. And again, marketing and awareness goes along with this, which is obviously very valuable for us being small indie company. And like I said, Epic Games is only one step that is important for us. Love the stream, love the game, thank you very much. Any more spawns around the map? When? Starting this next patch, we are working on 1,500 interest points, including different types of things to both find, explore, and discover. So that is one of the big part. And yes, that was one of the big common complaint from especially new players. The world feels empty, you walk out, you see nothing. We try to find a balance where it's not supposed to be World of Warcraft steps, but if we see that people don't see that vision or it doesn't make sense or not that fun, and many are complaining on that, then obviously we need to address that in a way where it still fits and makes sense to Mortal Online. And I think that these interest points we have created will help that greatly. It's Space Star Wars Galaxy. This is the game I've been waiting for since the fall of Star Wars Galaxy. Thank you for these games thus far. 10 up. Thank you very much. And yeah, Star Wars Galaxy was my pretty much second favorite MMO in all time. I played it also a lot until its fall, and I loved it. And yeah, we are inspired by that game, and you can recognize some part of that in Mortal 9 as well. So yeah. Hello, Henrik. Please start, boys. Hello, Point Man. Answers on the permanent solution if the game gets as popular as you think. Why won't you consider NAAU locked servers if population allows it? So the plan is, like I mentioned, to expand it on additional continents rather than split the whole world into locked servers. That is why we are working on additional continents to be able to populate the world with additional players. You're the best, by the way, Henrik. You're a great person. Thank you for modeling. Thank you very much. Very kind of you, Earthly. Doing my best. Can you expand on interesting point in the world? Or was it like 2 streams ago I showed a little bit of those interest points? I don't know, do I have? Yeah, okay. So I have some pictures here that show some examples of interest points. So it could be anything from... Oops. Okay, that's the Necromancy pets. Everything from small things like this, you know, obviously you can guess what happened here. Something went wrong. And there could be anything to discover, explore, find, to obviously a threat nearby, bandits, monsters, animals eating on these dead bodies. So there's something interesting in these points of interest, including rare loot, including trinkets. That looks a bit brutal. It does. It is a violent, brutal world. But as you can see, these are some of the example interest points, from bigger parts to small things. And again, it ties and incorporates to the game world and the lore, and showing that this is a living world. There's things happening and going on. And there is, this is, part of this is coming in. A lot of these are coming in this next patch. I don't know how many interest points we're adding in this next one, but we're adding a decent amount. But that's just the first one. The next one and the upcoming will be even more of those, because now we've been creating these and testing them. It takes some time to create that part, and then we can start increase from there. Shit, I think I jinxed myself when I talked about migraine. I just got a migraine and I'm getting blind, guys. So, shit, sorry, guys. Damn, I jinxed it. I was running good for what, almost 4 months, and now I'm starting to lose my sight. I can't read anymore. So I think this will be it for my stream, guys. Sorry. 1 second, guys. 1 second. Sorry about that. I will do a raid. I got one of those quite nasty migraines, so I'm getting blind right now and can't hardly see the screen, so I can't read any text, guys. Help me, guys. Who do we raid? I will do a raid. Give me a name. Kan du hitta... Ja. Fan, får jag åka till någon jävla nattaffär? Jag ser ingenting. Nej. Ja, vänta lite, jag ska bara... Okay, I'm trying to see here. Okay, who do we raid? Shit, I'm seeing less and less. Sorry, guys. Who do we have online now? We do have quite a few ones. Do we have a decision? Kralken. Fuck, I can't see. Karma. Have I done a raid to Karma or Kralken? I'm trying to do a rotation. Help me, guys. Have I? Is there anyone I haven't? I think he's getting Wi-Fi. No, he's trying to help me. Trying to find some. I'm lacking one of the meds against the migraine, so I'm in for a bad night since I don't have one of those components. Run a vote. I'm gonna do a vote. That's easier for me to read because I'm getting a little bit. Treo. Nej. Men vänta nu. Nej. Okay, let's what did we have more? Karma, Yona, Kralken, I'm horrible, guys, sorry. It's so hard to see when you get this attack. The vision just disappears more and more, so I'm just gonna do this poll and I'm gonna do a okay. 1 minute vote. Hit it. Help me, guys. And I will just do the raid. It's one of those. Yeah, sorry guys about this mess. I had a good run for almost a month without these migraines when I get totally blind and an extreme headache and almost puking for 1 day. But yeah, now I got one, so it's quite less. I'm happy about that, but it's always this nasty feeling when you all of a sudden you can't read and then holy shit, you get that kind of migraine attack. It's awful. And it just after 5 minutes I'm gonna have a big rainbow in front of my eyes, so I just see crazy colors and patterns rotating. So yeah, it's one of those bad things that comes with stress, for me at least. All right, what does it say? Cranken, right? Okay, guys, let's do. What the hell? Cranken? Who is Cranken? It's supposed to be Kralken, right? Kralken. Is he fishing? Because I'm seeing someone fishing with something like that. Is that correct? Kralken, is he fishing? Sorry, guys. Yes, all right, it is. He was fishing, but now he's riding, right? And you have a cap. Kralken. All right. Thank you. Okay, I need to find the raid button. Holy shit. All right, now I found it. Kralken, where's it? Kralken G. Okay. Thank you very much, guys, for helping me. This was madness. And yeah, sorry for this. I'm gonna do the raid, and again, thank you so much, guys, for all the questions and support, donations, subscriptions, and everything you do. It means a lot for us and me personally. And here goes the raid to Kralken, guys. Enjoy, and I will see you soon again. So yeah, thank you so much for tonight, and I'm gonna get some rest, and hopefully be better tomorrow. All right, so here goes raid to Kralken, guys. Thank you so much again, and see you soon again. Have a good night. Bye.